Alrighty, welcome back to Speed Gaming. Welcome anyone just joining us. I'm August 40th, and we've got a great game for you. A special day here, September 20th for you. We are chasing for the world record. That's right, the developers of this game, Bite the Bullet, are putting up a grand prize of $1,000 for first place to whoever by the end of today can submit the fastest time, beating all 9 bosses of this game without using any major glitches. So no glitching, just shooting, running, and in this game we're going to be doing some chowing down. So I hope you've already eaten, because the pellets that these guys have developed playing this game are not too appetizing, if you ask me. You might not be too fond of the entrees these guys are going to be chowing down on. The name of this game is Runnin', Gunnin', and Eating. It's Bite the Bullet. The current world record stands by one Joe. It is currently unverified on speedruns.com, but no reason to doubt his time of 1 hour and 9 minutes. It will be the time to beat. Our second place is none other than Owly with a time of 1 hour and 13 minutes. And then Rost GMG with a time of 1 hour and 14 minutes. So you've got until the end of today. We are going to be featuring a number of runners who are in contention for this record. So sit back and relax and enjoy some awesome gaming with some awesome tunes. So we have here the Nev Zone and Owly. Is the Nev Zone on the leaderboard? Nev Zone is in 3rd place on the leaderboard. So that would be 4th place overall once the 1 hour and 5 minute time gets verified. So definitely 2 contenders here. Welcome along through the first level. We haven't seen any bosses yet. The way this game is set up, there's a number of smaller stages that lead up to a boss. There are 8 bosses, and then the final boss. And that, as you've heard, takes about 1 hour and 20 minutes, hopefully a little less. But the game is pretty RNG dependent in regards to the weapon drops and kind of that aspect of running and gunning. Welcome. Anybody just joining us to Bite the Bullet, chasing the world record. The official world record stands at 1 hour and 13 minutes, but there has been an unverified time of 1 hour and 9 minutes that we are holding as the standard to beat. Seen some expert gunning and some really great platforming from these guys so far. The new zone is at a later point in the run, 8 minutes in compared to Owly. But they've got all day. This run doesn't have to be the world record win. We're going to be here for a couple hours as the Nev Zone showing us our first look today of the Gigavulture. Pretty quick phase one, seems to have gotten pretty good guns on the first couple stages. You see, phase one is done. Second health bar definitely a bit chunkier, a bit more challenging for the new zone, but about halfway down now. There is phase two complete. On to the third and final phase. Gigavulture not having a good day right now. Halfway done with phase three from the new zone. From the flashing green and red that the new Nev Zone is right about on par with their splits, taking out the Gigavulture about the 9-minute mark. Quite exactly see when exactly that was. Another great aspect of this game, aside from the magnificent soundtrack that you're gonna enjoy today, is the visual aesthetics of all the levels, especially the backgrounds. What every little detail really shows how much thought and care goes into a game like this. Continuing on in their run in the green as Owly starts a new run, unsatisfied with that first part of their level. They want some better weapons. NevZone making some great progress in their run. As always, do not hesitate if you've got any questions about what's going on. Don't hesitate to pop in the chat and pose a question. The old saying goes, there are no dumb questions. We are going to be here for the next several hours chasing for the world record for Bite the Bullet. Developers of this game graciously hosting this challenge. Whoever can submit the fastest time by the end of tonight, you get $1,000. Second place, get $500. Third place, you get $250. And that's exactly what the NevZone and Owly are hoping to do. Tomorrow they hope to be at least $250 richer. Hopefully some multiple of that. Owly standing currently with the second fastest time. So looking to be $500 richer by tomorrow, hoping to double that amount. The NevZone has some challenge ahead of them if they want to be a richer man tomorrow morning. Currently fighting, taking down the Flesh Golem. I believe that's the Flesh Golem. Very interesting lore of this game. You're working for some sort of corporation, and the world has turned into a horrible zombie dystopia. But you, Chewie or Trunella, I think, female option, go around and chow down on some zombies, take out the bosses, and return valuable genetic information to said corporation. See the NevZone taking out the Flesh Golem and finishing it up by chowing down. That's the name of the game, running, gunning, and eating. Want to pay attention to what Owly's doing here. There's some threshold that they're working towards. Still traversing down the train, approaching that Gigavulture. To answer a question in chat, one thing that these runners have to do is make sure they don't fall into any pits, just like any old good platform. And there, of course, as I see it, the good old commentator's curse comes into effect. So one regard is making sure you don't fall into any pits as the Nev Zone is restarting their run. Other factors, you don't want to be grabbed by any zombies. Zombie grabs you, takes a chomp out of you. That's a instant time loss of a few seconds or two, and those, of course, as every good speedrunner knows, adds up over the course of an hour-long run. And the biggest RNG factor, though, would be the guns and the weapon drops. I heard these players talking earlier. There might be some sort of manipulation in restarting a run. No news on that. How manipulatable that is, and how reliable, I should say, that strategy is. But it looks like Owly has got the guns that they want. Is facing off against the Gigavulture. I think once you have the guns that you need, the leveling up aspect of the game isn't too difficult. I don't think there's any worry that you're going to be under leveled, assuming that you've got the RNG to get the guns that you want. Very fast Gigavulture fight here from Owly. Owly has been doing this from the get-go. It was about 6 months ago now, I believe. This Speed Gaming was teasing the release of this game, giving a select few speedrunners the opportunity to test out the beta version, and we featured that here on Speed Gaming a few months ago. And then as the release date unfortunately got pushed back, we've been anxiously awaiting to get this Chase the Record event underway. The game was finally released about a month or so ago, and these runners have been running. Oh, weeks. No, St. Joe, I was talking about the beta. Early. It's like February or March, I want to say. Yeah, lots of changes, lots of bug fixes. And Owly has been there all this whole long while. Continuing on to level 2. Dark palettes here do not lend themselves to play-by-play commentary, but the moon in the background is awfully pretty. Ali is continuing this run at about, what is that, 12 and a half, 11 and a half minutes in? The color scheme of their timer also does not lend itself to accurate commentating. Nevzone is in the green, continuing along these trains, just running and gunning. Actually, less gunning, more running. A lot of dashing. Ali done with another segment, continuing on his run. Now 13 minutes in. So Ali, unsatisfied with how that stage 2's going, is starting over. Nevzone is continuing on, approaching the Gigavulture in a minute or two. Closer to 2. It appears Ali's starting that run over low on calories. Did not have the calories to upgrade as he wanted. So as Ali starts a new run, we're gonna watch the Nevzone continue on to stage number 1 and approach the Gigavulture. A little bit of a hang up there with a couple enemies. Wants to minimize those types of encounters. Jump on over them if you can. For a repeat of the Gigavulture fight, the Nevzone starting back over. satisfied with how that was shaping up. Now, 1 hour and 9 minutes the time to beat. So the Nev Zone is going through the tutorial stage as the Ally makes some progress through in level number 1. Open for those good guns. We've seen in previous races the flamethrower is a weapon of great power. Makes very quick work of a couple of bosses. We should be seeing that at some point today. But other than that, the standard assault rifle seems to pack a lot of punch. As well, every weapon has a secondary feature. Mostly offensive, but one weapon does have a defensive capability. And we've seen that proves very successful. This is Bite the Bullet by Megacat Studios, kind enough to host this tournament of sorts. Chasing for the world record. They want to see just how fast this game of theirs can be beaten without any sort of glitches, anything like that. So they are running this in the no major glitches category. The time to beat 1 hour and 9 minutes. Whoever can do that will take home the grand prize of $1,000. Ally slated in second place at the moment to take home $500. The Nev Zone just a few minutes. Actually, probably seconds, right? What is the Nev Zone? Nev Zone has a PB of 1 hour 17 minutes 2 seconds. Ross, I think, Ross GMG has a time of 1 hour 14 minutes 39 seconds. So about 2.5 minutes, 2:23. 2 minutes and 23 seconds is what the Nev Zone is looking to cut from their PB. Ally may or may not be holding on to some secret strats in that 1 hour 13 minute might not be their official. It might be their official PB, but they might have an unofficial PB waiting. They certainly aren't going to be holding anything back today. Today is the day to pull off anything that you can pull off. Without breaking the rules, of course. Ally on, I think this is the second part of the trains. in this first level at about the 6.5-minute mark. If you are just joining us, you are just joining the world's first run, gun, and eat game. This is Bite the Bullet, and we are racing for the world record. Whoever can submit the fastest time by the end of tonight, they win $1,000. Elements of a standard run and gun like Contra or Metal Slugs. It's got a nifty dash ability. I believe you can upgrade that to the a double dash as well. Or no, you start with the double jump. Yeah, level 1 for the Nev Zone as Ali starts a new run. Did not get the gun that they were looking for. As the rest of the day, but will want to get a good solid run under their belt sooner rather than later. And Ali in the chat with nothing to hide. Their official and unofficial PB is 113.47. Not hoarding nothing. Sure, the question on everyone's minds who has their name on that leaderboard. They're wondering how many people are going to be on that leaderboard by the end of tonight. How many people are racing this game? How many people are in it to win it? Nemstone has surpassed the sewers. Some dangerous platforming over there. Upgrading their weapon. Text, unfortunately, much too small for my eyes to catch what exactly they're selecting. Based on the bullet, it seems to be your standard. Or is that the flamethrower he's got? Look for a second like some flamethrower shots. At the Gigavulture at 8 minutes and about 12 seconds it made its appearance. Satisfied with the guns they've got, they're gonna take on this avian zombie. Very quick phase number 1 down. About 24 seconds. dodging of the incoming attacks. Just about finished with phase number 2. It is phase number 3. Here we go. World record holder in the chat dropping some knowledge bombs as the Nev Zone takes out the Giga Vulture about the 9.5 minute mark. But dropping that knowledge bomb of upgrades are usually plus 50% damage while airborne, explaining the strat of jumping all the time while you're shooting. But the Nev Zone, satisfied with their progress through level 1, is gonna climb up here through level 2. Aoi is making their way, has completed the tutorial on top of that train. Does not want to get grabbed. And that first stage is done. The Nev Zone also making progress in their run. Satisfied with it up to this point. Let's stick. Zone down with another section. One step closer to that flesh golem. Aoi has reached that upgrade station, lugging along. And they've got what they were looking for. have Owly reaching the Gigavulture at 8 minutes and looks like 8 seconds. So over a minute ahead of the Nev Zone. Taking out phase number 1 in just over 20 seconds, I think. 22 seconds it looked like. The Nev Zone is continuing on with their run. Owly has found a run that they like as well. Alright, Owly has taken out the Gigavulture in about 74 seconds. Very quick fight. Click the branch of that skill tree there for a moment and moving on, it looks like. Just like the Nev Zone. Reaching the Flesh Golem here. At about the 1540 mark. Phase 1, I believe, is down. And that is the flamethrower that they have at the moment. Quickly depleting that life bar. Now, phase 2 down. Attacking that third and final life bar. Make sure stays alive. Dodge that giant Dr. Evil-Laser. And the Nev Zone taking out the Flesh Golem just for the 1640 mark. And a little skill treeing. I think that's how you say it. And now we also making progress on their run here in level 2. The Nev Zone is working through some giant bones. Start of our desert area. Now continuing on their run, liking the progress they've made thus far. And we see over on the Nev Zone side that defensive secondary weapon I was talking about, those floating, those 4 floating objects around his character. Those provide a little bit of a buffer for him. his way nicely. Very nice platforming. A couple hang-ups here and there, hitting the wall or two. I didn't notice him getting grabbed by any zombies. He's modifying his weaponry there. Both runners continuing on in their runs. This isn't a race, they're chasing for the world record. They have until tonight to get their submissions in. Whoever completes it the fastest will be a very happy person. And just as I say, commentators curse, the Owlie starts over, and the Nev Zone gets a game over. I wish I could help it, but I'm kind of here to like talk. But that is the life here in the commentary team at Speed Gaming. Careful what you say. So let's root on these runners. The Nev Zone needs to get to the Giga Vulture before 9:12. Owlie needs to get there by a time of 8:08. So we are switching up the layouts. Whew. I gotta drag some windows here and there. See up here at the top. Yeah, that's the Nev Zone. Over here on the bottom right is Ross GMG. I believe I'm saying that right. Unless it's Rose. It might be Rose. Please correct me in chat or Discord if I am close. At the moment, they're Rose. I'm gonna stick with Rose, or should I go with GMG? I know for a fact it's GMG. So GMG up at the top center here is the furthest along. Over 6 minutes into their run. Satisfied thus far. Has not reached that weapon upgrade station. It's right up here. No, maybe not. I thought it was right up there. Ross. That was my gut, but then I unfortunately started thinking. Well, back up on the trains. Like one more section underneath before the Gigavulture. Oh, getting hung up on that wall. Sewer section can be a bit dangerous with those pits, but looks like Ross GMG has gone through it. The Nev Zone in a similar looking section, but about 5 minutes behind in that run. Here is the upgrade station, or the modification station. Which means that the Gigavulture is approaching. As we switch layouts again, we are gonna be joined by St. Joe, currently in first place. Current world record holder for this game, Bite the Bullet. Brought to you by Megacat Studios, who are sponsoring this event here, offering up a grand prize to whoever can beat this game the fastest. Whoever submits the winning video by today will win 1,000 US dollars. Second place has a prize of 500. Third place, a prize of $250. As Ross is taking out that Gigavulture. As the leaderboards would indicate, doing it a bit faster than the Nev Zone, slightly slower than Owl's pace. Phase 2 down for Ross. Other 3 runners plugging along in their run. And it actually looks like on the right hand side of the screen we have St. Joe and Owly neck and neck. I think Owly a few frames behind. Ross is taking out Gigavulture just after the 10-minute 30-second mark. 10:32 looked like the Gigavulture was going down for Ross. Let's see how long are they gonna stick with this run. We haven't seen much past level 2. A little bit of level 3. But we've got a couple hours here on Speed Gaming 1. Chase the record event here for Bite the Bullet. But the deadline is approaching. Einhander, unfortunately, I do not know what that game is. But as always, if you want to see some content here on Speed Gaming, reach out to any sort of gaming communities. If there's gamers streaming races or tournaments online, Gaming might just be the place to host them. Ross is going to continue on with their run, but exciting action here on the right-hand side of the screen. Looks like, at least according to the timers, that Owly has started their run about 5 or 6 seconds before St. Joe. But essentially neck and neck. Owly is a few frames ahead. A dozen or so, maybe. Meanwhile, the Nev Zone has reached the Gigavulture, and certainly at a faster pace, so good on the Nev Zone. Moment to look at another screen, and I believe St. Joe has taken the lead. Meanwhile, on the left-hand side of the screen, we're seeing a little bit of action on the level 2. Very exciting stuff. We've got runners continuing their race past, or their run past level 1. And on the right-hand side of the screen, these runners are in sync almost. Oh, and then I open my big mouth, and Owly starts over. Unsatisfied with that progress. St. Joe, on the other hand, it looks to be like he is ready to face that Gigavulture. It's grabbed there on the way, but right at about 8:08. We saw Owly get there at that time, so very close competition between these guys on the right-hand side of the screen. St. Joe currently with a 1 hour and 9 minute PB. Owly with a 1 hour 13 minute PB. Those are your first and second place runners at the moment, competing for this $1,000 prize. They are in good shape to get at least $500 by the end of tonight. Well, on the left side of the screen, we have Ross and the Nev Zone continuing on in stage number 2. Ross should be approaching as I say that. I'm pretty sure the Flesh Golem should be making their appearance right here. Ross does have the flamethrower, so should make quick work of this Flesh Golem. Say that, and neck and neck with St. Joe, taking out the Gigavulture just sub 9 minutes 20 seconds. It's like 9:19 maybe that the Gigavulture went down for St. Joe. Final chunk of that Flesh Golem hit bar being a little chilly for us on phase 2. As St. Joe satisfied with their progress through the Gigavulture, you're going to move on to level 2 as well. Phase 3. And there we have it. Just after the 18-minute mark, Ross has the Flesh Golem down. Haven't seen too many defeats of the Flesh Golem. Ross is gonna do a bit of skill treeing, leveling up his skill base here. That is definitely a factor on time. You want to make those selections as quickly as possible. Definitely encourage you rooting on your favorite runners here. So the Ross furthest into their run here on the level 3, going into the desert. With an early game on, we're surely going to, gonna reset that run. Nevzone is modifying those weapons. Just to be satisfied with what they got, they're gonna approach that Flesh Golem. Meanwhile, St. Joe is hot on their heels. We starts a new game as the Nevzone reaches the Flesh Golem. And I do believe that was quicker than Ross. So on a good pace. Made a really quick work of phase number 1. That's about halfway done with phase number 2, making very quick work of this Flesh Golem. Phase 2, not a problem for the Nevzone. There we have it, 1640, maybe 41. So the Nevzone on pace about a minute and 20, right? Maybe a minute 30. On pace faster than Ross at the moment. And that is the competition that the Nevzone is looking to take out. Would love, of course, to come home with the first place prize, but that difference between 3rd and 4th place is $250. Or 0. much better to be between the second and third place where it's 250 or 500, or between second and first where it's between 500 and $1,000. Creators of this game are anxious. They want to see who can do it the fastest. I'm sure there's someone in the office who put a bet down on a sub-hour, and they're yelling at these guys. Hey, come on, go faster. Ross is approaching boss number 3. All our other runners seemingly satisfied with their runs. The Nev Zone is going to be looking to gain some ground on Ross, as St. Joe 15-15 meeting up with the Flesh Golem. We saw the Nev take out the Flesh Golem very quickly, getting them down at the 16:41 minute mark. Oh, wow. St. Joe taking out that health bar like it's nothing. Ice cube on a hot summer day. Is approaching 16:23. It looks like St. Joel has taken out the Flesh Golem. About 17 seconds faster than the Nev Zone's pace, but I think that's pretty good news for the Nev Zone. Their current run is looking strong. Satisfied with this pace, is gonna continue on to stage number 3. Is where 3 of our 4 runners are: St. Joe, the Nev Zone, and Ross. They're just in different sections of it. St. Joe has just started it out. The Nev Zone is in the middle. Meanwhile, Ross is approaching, and here it is, the Snatchoid. The name made you think of something. The shape ought to make you think of something too. It's your good old 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon. Very quick work of that first chunk of that health bar. I think he's using that flamethrower. Yep. Soft underbelly is its only vulnerable spot. That's a terrible word. Vulnerable. Not commentary friendly. We're gonna see a 1, 2, 3 of Snatchoid here, hopefully. Given where it's vulnerable, I think this might be one of the trollier bosses. About just a sliver left, and there it is, 26-27. Ross has the Snatchoid down. And looks to be like good enough pace. They're gonna continue on with their skill tree. Looks like getting a little bit turned around. That is not optimal. Meanwhile, we have the Nev Zone and St. Joe continuing on in their runs, both in level 3 as well. And here is Snatchoid for the Nev Zone, just after the 23-minute mark. Alrighty, on to pace number 2. Will it be Trolley for the Nev Zone? Big chunk, just a sliver left. The Nev Zone is making great pace, 24-24. The Snatchoid is down for the Nev Zone. Certainly faster than their competition. If they keep this up, they're gonna be feeling really good by the end of this run. Let's not forget Owlie starting another run 5 minutes in. And they're looking for that RNG God blessing. Hope they've said their prayers. Ross is plugging through the, I believe this is the hospital. Yeah, with all these elevators. Making great use of that secondary defensive weapon, those 4 objects you see floating around them. Reminds me of good old Gradius 3 for the Super Nintendo. Like hung up on some enemies there. Got a shotgun his way through them. St. Joe, meanwhile, has made it to the Snatchoid. Sub 23, so great pace, nipping at the Nev Zone's heels. Very different boss strategies. St. Joe taking out Snatchoid, 2309, 2308 maybe. Very quick. And you see that skill tree, no hesitations, not getting lost. Unfortunately, in this level 4, lots of waiting as we ride up and down the elevators, and there's nothing you can do about it. As we see Aoi unsatisfied with that run, gonna start over. Looking for that RNG God blessing. Is this the run to do it? Great dodging ability, just blasting through. Did not get hung up in the same spot that I think we saw that Ross get stuck on earlier. Getting grabbed, or bit rather, by one of the zombies here. Not something you want to have happen. You want to avoid that as much as possible. Unlike the elevators, which you cannot avoid. Alright, Ross doing some modifications. I do believe Ross is approaching the boss of this level 4, the BC 3000. No idea what the BC 1000 or 2000 looks like, but this BC 3000 is quite terrifying. We see Ross opting for the, I believe the weapon of choice, the Critter Cannon. He is firing mutated explosive critters at this BC 3000. Very quick work of phase number 1. And because it's named the Critter Cannon, of course it has to have funny sound effects. Now opting to switch to that rocket launcher. We've seen here on Speed Gaming past drama as the rocket launcher in I think the boss of level 7 can cause a soft lock. But it is also the most effective weapon, so you just have to be kind of careful. No problem here for Ross in this fight here from BC 3000. And there is taken out at 36-15 for Ross GMG. That is about the halfway mark. There are 8 bosses like this and a final boss. And the Nev Zone, hot on his heels, already at the boss, just after the 32-minute mark. So on good pace to take 3rd place. for that critter cannon. Already on phase number 2. And also rocket launching away as Ross moves on to stage number 5. Over half of that BC3000's life bar is gone for the Nev Zone. Switching up to the flamethrower. And there we have it, 3302 it looked like for the Nev Zone. So about over 3 minutes pace ahead of Ross. GMG up top. St. Joe should be approaching. Yep, taking the elevator ride down. So Ross, the Nev Zone, and St. Joe very close here in their runs, despite, as you see, difference in their time range. And a very different strategy here from Joe. Not very different. Also using the critter cannon. Also has the flamethrower here. Very quick fight. Halfway done. There it is, 31-34 for St. Joe, taking out the BC 3000. Looks like Joe is satisfied with his time thus far through the BC 3000. He's gonna move on to stage number 5. Yeah, stage number 5 already. Gonna meet up with the Nev Zone and Ross. Gonna be looking to pass him up. You know, we can't forget about Owlie still looking for that that blessed route, that RNG just delivering itself to you. The Nev Zone is nipping at Ross's heels. St. Joe right behind the Nev Zone. Wow, Ross maintaining that lead. He's got some sort of explosive something or other going on. Maybe napalm, maybe some other sort of noxious gas. They have been eating zombies and gigavultures and flesh golems. I don't want to know what that does to your digestive tract. Owlie has got to the gigavulture. Quick work of that health bar. It's 2 down. sat on. No big deal. Here, Ross firing off that critter cannon. Oh, he takes out the Giga Vulture at a time at 10 minutes and 4 seconds. He's up munching down, so I assume that that's good enough for Owly. Meanwhile, our other three runners are napalming or whatever they're doing. Emitting large volumes of some sort of gaseous substance. Genetic lab is not proven any sort of challenge for our runners thus far. Ross has successfully dodged some crunchers. Some more. And I do believe is approaching the boss of this level 5. Zone also have the mashers, the crunchers, whatever you want to call them. Big pieces of metal coming, falling and crushing from the ceiling. No regard for what's underneath them. And here we have it. That is the mastermind you see on the screen of Ross MG, armed with the flamethrower. Just after the 45-30 mark. First chunk of that health bar going down real fast. Second half, not much slower. On to phase number 2. And you see the mastermind pumping the battle arena with some noxious goo. Remember, green glow and goo like that, it will either kill you or it will turn you into a superhero. So you gotta be careful. This goo, it hurts you. It will kill you. But the mastermind proven no challenge for Ross. Done in I think about 45 seconds. Very quick fight. And just like that, I didn't even notice the Nev Zone right behind him. Done at 42:02. So they are neck and neck. So that means that St. Joe cannot be very far behind. Meanwhile, Ali has found a run into level number 2. We'll be approaching that flesh golem in a minute or so. once again, to recap or to mention to anyone who has just joined us, this is Bite the Bullet by Mega Cat Studios. They're sponsoring this tournament. They want to see just how fast this game of theirs can be completed without using any sort of major glitches. St. Joe taking out Mastermind, the boss at level 5 here, has the world record at the moment of 1 hour and 9 minutes. Owly in second place with the time of 1 hour and 13 minutes. Ross GMG with the time currently of 1 hour and 14 minutes, and then Nevzone with the time of 1 hour and 17 minutes. They are all battling for a grand prize of $1,000 for first place, $500 for second, and $250 for third place. The Nevzone is on pace to pass Ross on the leaderboard. But stay tuned here on Speed Gaming to find out if these runners, if they're gonna do it in the next couple hours, you'll see it here. If not, stay tuned to the Discord. Make sure you give these runners a follow. Some exciting stuff. Really close right now between Ross, the Nevzone, and St. Joe. Actually, I do believe there St. Joe passed Ross and the Nev. Despite their timers, they are all in the same area. St. Joe with a commanding lead. But that is to be expected from the world record holder. But everybody here wants to get a new PB, want to secure their spot on the leaderboard, wants to better their spot on the leaderboard if possible. Very exciting stuff as we have 3 of our racers approaching the 6th boss of 9. We've heard a little bit of talk about RNG. Of course, every speedrunner knows a little bit about RNG. The boss for this level number 6 is Sam MG. And it looks like I misspoke earlier. The Nev Zone first to reach this boss. Sam MG, the self-aware mass of noxious goo. Already on to phase number 2. Making quick work of this. And there is Sam Ross. Just a few seconds now behind the Nev Zone in their progress. Good news for the Nev Zone, currently sitting in 4th place, wants that bump up to 3rd. Very quick fight, the Nev Zone is out of there. Ross is opting for that critter cannon. So the Nev Zone did pass Ross, but St. Joe does remain just a little bit behind. You see Ross on phase number 2, St. Joe taking out phase number 1. Sorry, Ross is on phase 3. Almost finished. And there, Sam MG down for Ross. 54-30. Phase 2 down for St. Joe as the Nev Zone continues on to stage number 7. Wow. Very fast work from St. Joe. And there you have it. St. Joe has self-aware massive and noxious goo down at about 47-28. And St. Joe's also going to meet up with Ross. Be nipping at his heels. Let's see if St. Joe can pass Ross here in this stage number 7. Nev Zone wants to maintain the current pace. Wants that bump up into 3rd place. sorry for my absence. It looks like our racers aren't making progress though through the missile silo. Dodging zombies as best they can. We've got a very close, exciting race right at the moment for you, but a special event going on today. This is the deadline for the Bite the Bullet tournament. Whoever can complete this game by the fastest, submit a video, and verified, you will win $1,000. We have Ross the Nevzone and St. Joe currently in level 7. Approaching the end of their runs here. Ollie has not managed to get a run off the ground that he's satisfied with. But has all day. We'll be here for a couple hours until I at least have can be here until about 5:30 p.m. today. Eastern Standard Time. Doing some modifications. Happy 1 hour in Roxland. Here we have it, the Nevzone, 5704, 5705, meeting up with Eiffel. It's got at least 13 eyes that are visible to you. A couple of them shoot lasers. Phase 1 posing no challenge for the Nevzone. Halfway done with phase number 2. And done at sub 5740, probably 5738. St. Joe, though, has passed Ross, has reached Eiffel at probably 5445. And already phase number 1 is down. Even less of a challenge for St. Joe, and that right there is one of the differences. between their 9-minute difference. St. Joe taking out Eiffel at 55.09. 15 plus 9 seconds, 24 seconds total for the Eiffel from St. Joe. Talk about a fast boss. So St. Joe is nipping at the heels of Nevzone. Will he pass them, or at least on Restream, or the Nevzone? It's that final boss for the last time. You're not too far behind at this point. As these racers here, Ross has just defeated Eiffel. These racers are gonna approach the second to last boss, Trinomorph. I will jump in the next room for just a moment to grab a drink, and I will be right back. And enjoy the awesome music here in stage number 8 as soon as Ross gets there. Already back with a cold beverage in hand, as our racers are not really racing, but they're chasing. They're chasing their world record, currently held by St. Joe, time of 1 hour, 9 minutes. Set to win 1,000 US dollars. Put up by the very creators of said game. They wanted to see just how fast someone could beat the game. They've given us the deadline tonight. Today's the last day to get those runs in, get them submitted. And once the fastest time is verified as legitimate, no major glitches is the category, that person will win their prize. First place, $1,000. Second place, $500. Third place, $250. With a game that costs $20, we're gonna have 3 people profit quite a bit on this purchase. And of course, this is open to anybody. Anyone out there might just be holding on to the world record strats. It could be quite the upset. But stay tuned here on Speed Gaming and the Discord, the Fight for the Bullet Discord, the Speed Gaming Discord, for the announcements. Runners are continuing to run. A little less gunning, trying to avoid that as much as possible. Avoid those zombie bites too. But they are approaching the end of their respective runs. The exception of Owie there. Starting again, about to meet up with the level 1 boss in a moment. Our other runners, though, deep into stage number 8 at this point. Has St. Joe passed the Nev Zone? I can't tell. Nev Zone currently upgrading their weaponry. I assume they're preparing for their final battles. As you do. Taking an elevator ride. Not approaching the boss yet, though. Where is he? Elevator ride down, down, down. But no burning ring of fire. Just the Giga Vulture. Oh, St. Joe. Like, just like that. You know, I met up with the boss and took him out. I guess I should stop blinking. Less than 3 minutes to PB. And this is I think Barrow? Hold on. Oh wow. Just like that, moving on another phase. This is taking St. Joe no time at all. And it's precisely the weapons that they need. Flesh Golem phase down. Sam MG. That phase is down. final phase. It's on PB pace. And that is it. Ladies and gentlemen, I think you just witnessed live here on Speed Gaming a brand new world record. A world record worthy of $1,000. A time of 1 hour, 8 minutes, 2 seconds. St. Joe besting his last time by over a minute. 74 seconds. Pretty good, as the Nev Zone also approaching a potential PB. Currently on the leaderboard with 1:17:02. Very exciting start to our Chase the Record event here for Bite the Bullet, brought to you by Megacat Studios and Speed Gaming. Definitely get your GGs in chat for St. Joe, but pay attention here for the Nev Zone. Show them your love. Is it looking to best time from Ross of 1 hour 14:39? I think that is unlikely, but they will most certainly get a PB. See the Nev using a different strategy than St. Joe. Not as quick a fight as we saw just a moment ago. Meanwhile, Ross is taking out the Trinomorph. Assuming they're just using this as a warm-up run of sorts. Several minutes past their PB, they know they can do better. We know they can do better. And we'll look forward to seeing that. But our Ross currently sits in 3rd place. The Nev Zone has 30 seconds to take that away from him. Needs this Trinomorph phase down, and then one more phase of Vera. Yeah, GG St. Joe. The Nev Zone unfortunately will not best his rival, Ross GMG. But they have... Oh... Yeah. Not looking for that PB. It looks like they just want that 3rd place. That's the time to beat for the Nev Zone. 1:14:39. So we're gonna see the Nev Zone starting up a new run. Owly is in the middle of a new run themselves. Looks like St. Joe is taking a breather. Ross GMG is on the Gigavulture phase of Vera here. Almost done with it, actually. So we have just 4 runners here. I'm certain there's other people looking for PBs just like him. But everyone here has different goals in mind. St. Joe is looking to maintain that first place. Owlie is looking to best his time, and jump up to that next tier of prize and knock St. Joe down. Similarly, the Nev Zone is looking to enter the standings for third place, so he can take home a prize. And Ross GMG is defending that, also looking to best their time, maybe jump up a tier or two. All comes down to how well you can route through this, and then of course how well you said your prayers to the RNG gods, and whether they will bless you. Looks like Ross GMG finishing up with the time on 1 hour 22 minutes 11 seconds for this run. Not a PB, not gonna affect the leaderboards at all, but good to get the juices flowing. Meanwhile, Owlie and the Nev Zone here in stage number 1, looking to start up another run. Switching over to, I believe this is the Owlie's audio. Yeah. Looks like Ross is gonna take a breather. Shake out those hands. Stretch them legs. Always a good idea for streamers and gamers alike. Let the Nev Zone run into the wall, starting from scratch. St. Joe right behind him. So no headway for the Owly, the Nev Zone. We're looking to get back into it. St. Joe, though, progressing along through level number 1. 2 minutes and 30 seconds into it. Fresh from a new PB. Joe is lugging along about halfway through this stage number 1. The Nev Zone getting something going. As with any speed run, the beginning is of vital importance. Especially with a game like this, you want to get the gun drops that you need. The ones that do the damage that you need to get the times you need to progress. To increase your pace. I do wonder if our runners up top, Ross and Owly, I do know at least Owly has the restream up here. Might be looking at the VOD. St. Joe just posted an amazing time. Some really fast boss fights. I wouldn't be surprised at all if they were checking out the competition. It definitely seemed to me that at least the early stages, the first 3 or 4, are where St. Joe made up a lot of time compared to Ross and the Nev Zone. We saw St. Joe starting his run, I want to say, well over 10 minutes behind Ross GMG, slowly past him, and then the Nev Zone. Despite starting later in the run, so definitely caught up a whole lot of time. meantime, St. Joe has restarted, did not get the guns that they were looking for. The upgrades. The Nev Zone furthest along in their current run here. We are here not racing but chasing. We are chasing the world record. St. Joe just moments ago putting down a time of 1 hour, 8 minutes, and 2 seconds, best in their personal best by 74 whole seconds. So that is the time to beat. They are seeded to take home $1,000. Offered up by the creators of this game, and unfortunately, as I say that, St. Joe takes a death, so they're going to be starting their run over again. The beginning stages of every speedrun are the most challenging. We get the awesome intro to this tutorial stage with the flanger. Very big fan of the music, the visuals, as well as the game playing. The very first game of its type. You've run in previous games, you've gunned in previous games, platformed. How many games do you eat? Not very many. I mean, a couple here or there. But do you ever chow down on the boss? A Gigavulture? A self-aware mass of noxious goo? Only in Bite the Bullet. And where else have you heard of game developers offering up a grand prize for speedrunners to speedrun their video game? Only Mega Cat Studios, creators of Bite the Bullet, sponsoring this event here on Speed Gaming, where tonight is the deadline. Submit your video, a no major glitches category. If you can best St. Joe's time of 1 hour, 8 minutes, 2 seconds, you're taking home $1,000. US dollars. Not those Canadian dollars, or those Australian dollars. The Nev Zone currently furthest along in this stage number 1, sitting in 4th place with a time of 1 hour and 17 minutes, looking to bump up to into the prize pool, looking to best Ross GMG's time of 1 hour, 14 minutes, 39 seconds. That's the time that the Nev Zone has in their mind. They were at the final boss at that point passed, and they've reset. Owly here a few seconds behind and a few screens behind St. Joe here in stage number 1. Owly is currently in second place, sitting to take home $500 US. But ideally, Owly will be best in Joe's time and jump up in that pay tier. Because what's better than $500? $1,000. Joe getting through the sewer section. Gotta be wary of this green goo. It will not turn you into a superhero. It will damage your life points, your hit points. As we see, it looks like the Nev Zone is actually kind of low on health at the moment. But they've reached the train. They are approaching the Gigavulture. In about another minute or two. Make sure you follow the runners, and not just Owly and the Nev Zone, but make sure you give Rox GMG a follow and St. Joe. Without them chasing this record, we wouldn't have this record to watch being chased. Zone expertly platforming over this green goo, does not want to fall in. That would lose him a life. The Nev Zone is approaching the Gigavulture. Incoming. I think T-minus 20 seconds. There it is, 8:02 for the Nev Zone. Phase 1, no problem. Probably still trailing St. Joe, but most of that is due to the later start time. As you see by their timers, we started about 12 seconds, right? About 10 seconds behind St. Joe. Like Ross is back from their break. They will be starting up another run shortly here, as the Nev Zone is on to phase number 3. St. Joe has reached the gun modification zone, so his Gigavulture fight is incoming. Now, I did notice that the Nev Zone did not stop at that area on his way up here, taking out Gigavulture at 9:33. Joe trekking through on top of the train. Ooh, 757 meeting up with the Gigavulture. Nevzone not satisfied with that level 1 progress, so they're gonna restarting it. Meanwhile, St. Joe is on to phase number 2. Owly is approaching another fellow avian creature, the Gigavulture. Just after the 840 mark, St. Joe has taken out phase number 2. And on that phase 3, gotta avoid that booty slam. Kinda pretty easy when you got a booty that big. And there you have it at 9:05. St. Joe has taken out the Gigavulture. Just about that time, Owly has reached the Gigavulture. So unfortunately, about a boss fight behind St. Joe at this moment. But anything can happen as the run progresses. Owly might have a bunch of time saves hidden up their sleeve. We haven't seen them much past, I don't think actually any past level 2 yet. And that is exactly where St. Joe is up and dashing to now. Speaking of dashing, Nevzone has completed the tutorial section and on top of the train. Getting as far away from these zombies as possible, as fast as he can. Owly has taken out the Gigavulture. I think about 50 seconds maybe behind St. Joe. But all of our owners are doing a great job for the mega corporation that is employing them to gather up the genetic material and information. Information is power, and power is money. As the helpful speed gaming bot reminds us, if you'd like to help out and volunteer, get involved with speed gaming, I'd love to have you. That's exactly how I got involved. Tons of fun behind the scenes in the commentator's booth, as a racer, as a tournament organizer. Always looking for content here on Speed Gaming and Speed Gaming 226, Speed Gaming Espanol, Speed Gaming Francais, Speed Gaming German and Portuguese. There is Ross done with the tutorial stage. I'm moving on top of that train. A couple text boxes to mash through, but they're getting their run started. Both St. Joe and Owly making good progress on this pretty level. Enjoying the moon set, or whatever that is. I think making some pretty good progress here. Yeah, not very far behind St. Joe. Maintaining that distance, if not closing it. Ross expertly platforming over the green goo. No problem. And you see these runners often skipping that skill tree section, choosing the opportune times to do it. Most efficient. You want to minimize that screen as much as possible. You don't want to get lost. You don't want to have to scroll left and scroll right. You want to hit your mark. Few more sections for the Nev Zone before he faces off against the Giga Vulture once again. As St. Joe at just before the 15-minute mark is not meeting up with the Flesh Golem. Flamethrower in hand, taking care of that hit, that health bar like nothing. Like a hot knife through butter. Already on to phase 2 now. Only now at the weapon modification zone. Spending some of those resources. Flesh Golem definitely seems to be one of the slower boss fights. And St. Joe has the Flesh Golem down at 16:02, so just over 1 minute to take out the Flesh Golem for St. Joe. And Owly maintaining that distance at about 1 minute behind, one boss fight behind. See if they can't take out Flesh Golem any quicker. That Flamethrower doing great work on him. And meanwhile, the Nev Zone is approaching that Giga Vulture. But definitely at a slower pace from our runners on the right-hand side of your screen. St. Joe reaching there at 7:57. That's the fastest I've seen. 8:17 for the Nev Zone. And it does look like the Flesh Golem is being a bit of a troll. Definitely one of the slower boss fights here. Just over a minute for the Owly. So unfortunately losing a little bit of time. 7-8 seconds maybe. Nev Zone firing away at that Vulture. St. Joe unfortunately has gotten a game over. But their timer is continuing to click, so might not be detrimental to getting a good time in. Nope, never mind. there's the title screen. So I did not see what happened, but that is a shame. They were doing great work on those first two stages. Fortunately, the desert not having it. Unfortunately, to answer a question in chat, game over screen does not count as a completed run. You have to defeat the final boss of the game. And you must do that with no major glitches being used. So we're gonna watch how we continue on to stage number 3 here in the desert. Ross and Nevzone also continuing on with their runs. Ross, unfortunately, a little behind in their pace. There's getting up to the train and approaching the Gigavulture, also not stopping off to modify his weaponry. Satisfied with the weapons they've got. Ross is now taking out the Gigavulture. Quite a terrifying creature. I pray I never see something half as terrifying. While he mashes through some text, St. Joe is starting up another run. Gigavulture down for Ross. He's gonna chow down. Quickly purge the contents for his employers who want that valuable genetic information. Expert platforming here by Owly. Straight lines. Every speedrunner should know this. The quickest way between any 2 points is a straight line. If the category allows it, that might include going through a solid wall. But this is the no major glitches category, so these runners not allowed to do such things. Gotta go fast, but they can't break the rules. finally is approaching the boss of this level 3, the Snatchoid. The creators of Bite the Bullet from Mega Cat Studios paying homage to Tremors, among other worm-like science fiction creatures. Reaching this at 23:29. Pretty good pace, if my recollection is accurate. Not always the case, but I think in this case it is. Now, Flamethrower making quick work of that health bar. Fortunately, one little sliver remaining before phase 2. Meanwhile, the Nev Zone has reached the Flesh Golem. At a slightly, at a slightly faster pace, I think, than Owlsy. Yeah. About half the health bar from the Snatchoid gone, burned up. There it is, Snatchoid down. 2456 from Owly. Little stat increases here. Choosing his various dietary meal plans here. And on to stage number 2. Not number 2. Stage number 4 for Owly, and stage number 3 for the Nev Zone. Ross should be approaching the Flesh Golem in the next section. St. Joe about 2 minutes away from meeting up with the Gigavulture. Trolled a little bit right before that teleport spot. Gets to it eventually. Meanwhile, Ross has taken down the Flesh Golem. St. Joe unsatisfied with the RNG gods, starting over. Saying a little prayer. Please, RNG gods, bless this run. Amen. Something along those lines. Our other 3 runners over 15 minutes into their runs. Satisfied with the progress thus far. The Nev Zone's still a section or 2 away from the Snatchoid. But making good progress, on good pace, I think. Owlie has upgraded their weapon, has that secondary shield option. One of the 3 gets used up, but he quickly replenishes it. Notice the Nev Zone using that Napalm Blast a little early. At least earlier than I noticed in the last game, the last run. All our runners making progress. More running than gunning, and a little bit of eating. You need to maintain enough padding to take a couple hits, take some punches, some bullets, but not enough to slow you down. If you eat too much and you get too fat, your movement will suffer. A really cool mechanic of this game. Not something I can think I've seen in any game ever. This should be the last section for the Nev Zone for the Snatchoid. Nev getting grabbed there. Not good. A little bit of a hang up. But makes it into the teleporter. And here is the Snatchoid for the Nev Zone at 2346. Definitely a slower pace through level 3 than Owlie. And Owlie has reached the BC 3000. It's like just before the 33-minute mark. Very fast work. in the Nev Zone a few seconds behind Owly's pace. Killing the Snatchoid at 25:03. About 17 seconds slower than Owly. Not bad if you're the Nev Zone. Owly being in second place, the Nev Zone looking to jump up into third. But wants to run the rest of this game as maximally efficiently as possible. We'll see here if the Nev Zone can't get through stage 4. It's beaten a little bit of time off of that. Right above Nev, Ross GMG is approaching the end of this third stage. They'll be taking on the Snatchoid in another moment or so. But at this pace, they are definitely behind their closest opponent on the leaderboard. St. Joe cannot get a run going here. RNG gods not showing their favor. No GGs just yet. Unless you're talking about Ross GMG reaching the Snatchoid. Just about finished with phase number 1. St. Joe with no hesitation jumping right back into the tutorial stage. So we have Owly the furthest in progression in his run. Here in stage number 5. The genetic laboratory underneath the hospital. Full of zombies, full of green goo that will eat away at your health bar. Giant test tubes, syringes that want to inject you with something. Meanwhile, Ross has defeated the Snatchoid and moving on to stage number 4. Unfortunately, not on a great pace, especially compared with their closest opponent on the leaderboard, the Nev Zone. great platforming there from Owly. Nevzona modifying some guns, roaching the BC-3000. And here is the BC-3000 for the Nevzone, launching that critter cannon. Not the quickest fight we've seen against the BC-3000, but a great fight from the Nevzone takes him down 33-54. So the Nevzone about a minute behind Owly here. Again, not a bad place to be if you're the Nevzone. And Owly, just a few sections left of this stage number 5. And there it is. There's the mastermind. Let's watch Owly as they launch some critters at him. Mutated explosive critters. As St. Joe right below him takes on the Giga Vulture. Down goes Mastermind. 44-26 for Owly. And the Gigavulture for St. Joe right behind him. Both of the runners on the left side of the screen nipping at Owly's heel. On to the Forest, stage number 6 for Owly, formerly known as the Owlglass. Currently in second place, Owly looking to PB time faster than 1 hour 13 minutes 15 seconds. Owly now moving on to either a beautiful sunset or a terrifying forest fire. Do suppose it could be both. All our runners making progress through their run. St. Joe taking down the Gigavulture, moving into stage 2. The Nev Zone is approaching that Mastermind. A few more sections. Used to that teleporter there. Ross is behind Nev Zone. Owly out in the lead. The prizes were awarded right this moment. Owly would receive 500 US dollars. St. Joe would receive 1,000. Ross would receive 250. Those are the prizes being awarded by the developers of this game, Bite the Bullet, Mega Cat Studios, sponsoring this event here on Speed Gaming. Teased at a little more than 6 months ago. It's been here the last few weeks on Speed Gaming, chasing down this record. We've seen it go from about 90 minutes down to 80. Now St. Joe with a 69 giggity. Actually 68, sorry, beating the 69, overcoming it. World record now stands at 68 minutes 2 seconds. As noted there in the top right hand side of the screen. 3 of our runners with 4 defensive barriers floating in front of them. That is the secondary fire of the gun that they are using. Most guns have a secondary offensive capability. This one has a defensive capability, and it seems to be of a great benefit to our racers here. Couple more screens from the Nev zone, and they will be facing off against the Mastermind. Ross JMG not too far behind them. Here is the Mastermind for the Nev Zone, 42.7. Lightning quick round at number 1. And just like that, Owly on the top right-hand side of the screen meets Self-Aware, Massive Noxious Goo. Developers heard of good old RNG and wanted to introduce the world to Sam MG. Right below him, St. Joe taking out the Flesh Golem. About the same time that Nevzone takes out the BC 3000. So the Nevzone actually going through that stage number 4 at a faster pace than Owly. Speaking of Owly, Owly has Sam down. Sam NG down just after the 52-minute mark. Very impressive thus far from the Nev Zone. Again, they're in 4th place currently. They need to beat a time of 1 hour, 14 minutes, 39 seconds to jump into the standings to claim a prize. 3rd place would yield them $250. St. Joe satisfied thus far, making his way through stage number 3. But Owly is approaching the hour mark and thus approaching the end of their run. Two bosses before the final boss. In just a few more screens, Ross will be facing off against the self-aware mass. No, they are going to be facing off against the BC 3000. Oh no, never mind. Sorry, I'm behind. The Mastermind. St. Joe is approaching the Snatchoid in a few more screens. The first phase not proving much of a problem for Ross. It looks like I missed a question in chat here. The PB for Ross is 1 hour, 14 minutes, 39 seconds, currently sitting in third place. Owly has a PB of 1 hour, 13 minutes, 15 seconds. So about over 5 minutes behind the current world record set by St. Joe, currently taking on the Snatchoid. You're just before the 22-minute mark. That's a great pace. Welcome to anybody just joining us as the Nev Zone is facing off against Sam NG. You've heard of RNG. This is Sam NG, the self-aware massive noxious goo. And we are chasing the world record for Bite the Bullet. Game developed by Megacat Studios, also sponsoring this special event where they're offering up a grand prize, $1,000 to whoever can submit a no major glitches or run of this game. Current world record stands at 1 hour and 8 minutes, 2 seconds by St. Joe in the bottom right-hand side of your screen. Owly looking to best that, currently sitting in second place. Needs to shave off about 5 minutes from their run. Ross GMG currently sitting in third place with a time of 1 hour, 14 minutes, and 39 seconds. The Nev Zone very nearly passing them on the leaderboard. Opted to end their run instead of getting that PB. Telling me that they're way more interested in that third place standing than getting a personal best. And of course, this is open to anyone and everyone. You run this game without using any sort of glitches, you can take home up to $1,000 as Owly taking on boss number 7, Eiffel. One more set of stages after this. Boss number 8 and the final boss. All of our runners are making progress. Owly taking out the Eiffel. Very, very fast fight. combination of those napalm blasts, or whatever those are, and the flamethrower. About the 1 hour mark, Eiffel going down. Let's see where the Nev zone is in about 7.5 minutes compared with that. Shout outs to anyone and everyone here in Speed Gaming enjoying this content. Chase for the world record. Rooting on your favorite runner. Glad to have you here. Nev zone currently making their way through the missile silo. That was some very quick movement from the Nev zone. Getting through that section, dodging those enemies. All of our runners doing a great job dodging and dashing. Chowing down only when absolutely necessary. Ross has set eyes upon Sam NG. Looks like Ali getting an elevator skip, getting a fall down all this way. It's going to save a good deal of time. Oh, and gets the second one too. Very good. And Sam is down for Ross. 24-26. And again, Allie with the elevator skip. This is a great final stage for them. Roaching the Trinomorph. As the Nev Zone has basing off against Eiffel. Has to be careful with this rocket launcher. Can get clipped into the wall where your only option is to die, get game over, and thus essentially end the run. Looks like no such problem for the Nev Zone. And down 58-18. The Nev Zone ever so slightly on a faster pace than Owly. But Owly is approaching that world record mark and must be thinking, how in the world is St. Joe already done with the final boss at this point in 30 seconds? Watch Owly near the end of this run. So we want to pay attention to the Nev Zone, see if they get those elevator skips that we saw Owly grab, and thus save a whole chunk of time. I wonder if that no, it did not despawn the elevator. Interesting strat nonetheless. Done with another section. Definitely unsatisfied at that point, calling it over. Calling it an end for the moment. Oh, there he is, starting it back up. I guess they did mention that they occasionally reset their PC. That's probably what that was there. But the Nev Zone making a good progress towards nearing the end of their run. the join audio from St. Joe. So we are paying attention to the Nev Zone, getting one of those elevator skips. So saving a chunk of time with that. Again, the time for the Nev Zone, the time that he's got in his mind is 1 hour, 14 minutes, 39 seconds. So they're going to be looking to defeat the final boss in about 10 minutes. And they get another one of those elevator skips. Good on them. That's exactly what they need to do. So 10 minutes in counting for the Nev Zone. Making quick work of Eiffel here. The helpful Speed Gaming bot reminding everybody in the chat about Speed Gaming Live 2020, November 7th through the 15th. Speedgaming.org/SG Live. More information. Handful of tournaments as well as a marathon taking place those days. St. Joe now taking out Mastermind. Phase 1 down. Nev Zone working towards boss number 8, the Trinomorph. About 7 minutes to get up Key B. A few more screens and 2 full bosses stand in his way. Between that third place prize tier of $250. Ross GMG standing in their way. That time of 1:14:39. Ross will be working towards those elevator skips. Very nice shooting with that rocket launcher there. Alright, the Nev Zone gearing up. End is in sight for Nev Zone. Unfortunately, I'm not sure it's quite enough for a PB pace. Hung up a little bit on those platforms there. It's not doing many favors. Here we go for the Nev Zone at 1 hour 10 minutes and 11 or 12 seconds. Let's take Trinomorph out quickly. Move on to Vera. Trinomorph trolling just a bit. Couple slivers left, and there we go. 1:11:22. Oh no, game over. It wasn't the Trinomorph going down, that was the Nev Zone going down. It's definitely, unfortunately, gonna end their run. So Nev Zone denied that third place prize. Gonna get back at it. Meanwhile, Ross GMG approaching that Trinomorph. Definitely not on PB pace. But it looks like they are going to finish up this run nonetheless. Again, they have all day. The deadline is tonight at midnight, if I'm not mistaken. Eastern time. Anyone that can submit a no major glitches run of this race to qualify for a prize. First place $1,000, second place $500, third place $250. The time to beat on the top right of your screen, 1 hour, 8 minutes, 2 seconds. That run, of course, yet to be verified by speedrun.com because it just happened like an hour ago. So very exciting for this event here. See the current world record, the time to beat. Again, the clock is ticking. The ticking of the restream clock, much less significant than the ticking of the tournament clock. Have until tonight. Sure, the winner will be announced tomorrow morning. Maybe afternoon once all the submissions are verified. I'm still waiting for those dark horses to submit a run behind the scenes, holding on to some secret strat, some secret to the skill tree that other runners aren't considering. This game is unique in that it's the first of its kind, a run, gun, and eat. Also, adding some lexicon to the dictionary. Term robovore now is out there in the universe. Criticarnivore, omnivore, herbivore. They're if you choose to strictly eat metallic things, you will now forever be deemed a robovore. Do not believe that would be recommended by any medically licensed doctor. Hopefully not. If that is their recommendation, I would recommend getting a new doctor. Zombros here are chasing the world record for Bite the Bullet. Ross GMG nearing the end of this game, not gonna PB. We have 2 minutes to do so, and certainly more than 2 minutes away from the final boss. Been paying less attention to this run by St. Joe, as there was a very exciting run from the Nev Zone, currently in 4th place, seeking that bump up into the 3rd place prize tier. St. Joe is making good progress on level 7 here of the Missile Silo. We'll be approaching Eiffel. And if it goes anything like the last fight from St. Joe, the Eiffel will not be any problem. He's currently at the escort part of this mission, using a little recoil from that rocket launcher to add some extra momentum. But these will be the last runs that I will likely see for the evening. But definitely looking forward to the results. The grand prize winner taking home $1,000 from the developers of Megacat Studios, creators of this very game, Bite the Bullet. And stay tuned to the Discord servers, because I have heard rumors of DLC content, and who knows what's gonna happen after that. We might just have to re-chase for a new record. Definitely looking forward to that release. a good screen there for St. Joe, getting real hung up by the, I think those were power lines or something, spewing electricity. Lost now at the Trinomore. Oh, hey chat, I just noticed something. I have been looking at the in-game time column on the leaderboards. Not the real-time column on the leaderboards. I must extend an apology to the racers and the viewers thus far. But that world record time of St. Joe is 1:08:02. That was the real game time. Howie has a real time of 1 hour 60 minutes 4 seconds. Ross GMG real time 1 hour 7 minutes 1 second. And the Nev Zone 1 hour 18 minutes 54 seconds. So definitely closer than I had originally thought regarding the status of second, third, and fourth place. But St. Joe with a commanding lead of 8 minutes between him and second place. Right now we see the Owly and Nev Zone taking out boss number 1, the Gigavulture. Owly a bit ahead, I believe. Here it is, the final boss Vera on Ross GMG's side. Post PB, it looks like they will finish this run out. As St. Joe meeting Eiffel at the exact same time, 54:14. Phase 1 down for us on the Gigavulture phase. We have 3 Gigavultures on screen. 2 of them are the real thing. One of them is the Ghost of Christmas Past. Or I guess the Ghost of Levels Past. And really quick boss fight from St. Joe. Eiffel down faster than I can provide commentary for it. Another phase down for Ross. On to the Flesh Golem phase. He's got his own laser this time. And St. Joe, though, on good pace through this final section of levels. Or this final section of stages, rather, of level 8. Let's see if they can't manipulate the elevator as expertly as we've seen from our other racers. Not a hard task to imagine from the current world record holder. Sitting pretty with an 8-minute lead. Looks like tomorrow they will be $1,000 richer. Ross nearing the end of this run as St. Joe is gearing up in level 8 here. Ross is on the Trinomorph phase of Vera. Few more shots from Ross. Alright, one final phase left. That's an elevator skip from St. Joe. Very nicely done. Definitely a necessary movement to pull off here in the last level of the game. Saving a whole bunch of time instead of having to ride the elevator down. They're just gonna jump down the shaft. Like a Bruce Willis or a Tom Cruise movie. Or a Keanu Reeves movie. Remember, there is no spoon. Getting another elevator skip. Very nicely done. Not sure what happened there. But in the meantime, Ross GMG finished with a time of 1:23.16. Not going to be a PB, nothing to brag about, but getting a couple runs in. St. Joe at the hour mark. Getting awfully close. Alrighty, Ross GMG. Thanks for streaming. Thanks for running. Good luck to you if you pick it back up before the night's over, and best of luck to you on that third place prize. As it stands now, you're in third place. And everyone out there in Twitch land, make sure you go give Ross a follow. Without these runners chasing this record, we wouldn't have this record to watch being chased. So we see St. Joe getting chased by zombies. Grabbing some gear. Gearing up for the final two boss fights. Just has to get there first. While St. Joe is approaching the end of this current run, we have the Nev Zone and Owlie making great progress through stage number 3. At this point, I don't believe St. Joe can best that time of 108. He's got an entire Trino Morph fight plus Vera. Not believe he has the time to do it in, but I would love to be proven wrong. St. Joe has reached the Trinomorph. And yeah, definitely not going to be taking out another boss in the next 2 minutes here. But showing you the kind of strats that you need to get these sub 75-minute times. Chowing down on that Trinomorph. A very good run, but not gonna be a PB. but it would looks like it will definitely be good enough if it were any other runner to qualify for second place. So that's the run that the other runners are gonna look for. And of course, they want that glory run of sub 68 minutes. Alrighty, here is the Trinomor, or not the Trinomor, Vera, the final boss for St. Joe. It looks like we are experiencing a little bit of technical difficulties. Shucks. Yeah, we will be right back, folks. Sorry for the trouble. Hopefully, nothing too exciting is going on behind the scenes. Didn't look like St. Joe had enough time to PB. Once again, a big shout out to Mega Cat Studios for this awesome game here, Bite the Bullet, as well as sponsoring this awesome tournament here on Speed Gaming, offering up $1,750 in prizes, 1,000 of that going to the first place winner, 500 to second place, 250 to third place. Awesome idea from the creators of this game to throw back a little love to the community community of gamers and speedrunners. This event has been 6 or 7 months in the making. A little teaser going on 6, 7 months ago, back in February, with a very early version of the game. Some bugs discovered back then that were subsequently fixed, and yeah, it has been an adventure, and the adventure concludes tonight. Uh, Everybody worldwide has an opportunity to submit a no major glitches run of this game, and you'll win first place. You'll win $1,000 US, not those Canadian dollars. And right now, the time to beat 1 hour, 8 minutes, 2 seconds, set by St. Joe just a few moments ago. Currently, we are back with Owly and the Nev Zone in a run. About even. even in time, and it looks like about even in progress as well. Now we might be a bit ahead. Yeah, Owly the first to finish that section. Oh yeah, the Nev Zone further behind than I thought. What? Not too far. So Owly made it once again up to the roof of the hospital. I think that's the hospital. There's a hospital, there's a laboratory, a couple of cityscapes. A lot of work and love has gone into the development of this game. Alrighty, and it looks like St. Joe is taking a breather. May want to have another stab at a run to defend his time. Currently in first place, but might just sit back and relax anxiously, hoping no one submits the God tier run. Meanwhile, looks like Owly and the Nev Zone are going to continue battle it out. Owly currently in second place, but obviously not satisfied with that second place prize of $500. It wants the gold. Can they shave over 8 minutes off their run? They are currently at 1 hour 16 minutes and 4 seconds. Again, I do apologize earlier. I was reading off of the in-game column on the leaderboard as opposed to the real-time column. But unfortunately, that will be it for me. I have obligations to attend to this Sunday, but it is Sunday here on Speed Gaming. There's tons of content going on, from A Link to the Past, Super Mario Odyssey Bingo, and then, of course, Sunday night means Zelda 1 Randomizer Weekly, where we're going to be featuring the flags for the Speed Gaming Live event later on in November. So once again, thanks everybody here on Speed Gaming. Thanks to MegaCat Studios for sponsoring this tournament. The runners for chasing the world record. So I unfortunately have to be bouncing. We're gonna be ending this episode and rating one of these guys. We invite you all to check out Bite the Bullet here on Twitch. Let us know if there's anybody racing, getting close to the world record of 68 minutes 2 seconds. And yeah, that'll be doing it for me. I will catch y'all another day, another race, maybe some more Bite the Bullet in the future. Hope to see you there.